Beark108 says,
Bear, what's up?
hello master.
Y'all are nice to call me master. I wouldn't say I'm a master. I'm fumbling along like everybody else with this stuff. Just been doing it for a while. All right. Let's do it! And by
Another
do it, I
person
mean
in
let's
line
get this done.
E8G says, nerds assemble.
Yes. Assemble! But for cheer, what's up, man?
Windy City 1828
Windy
says,
City, what's up?
hello, your stream title drew me in. Beark108
I
says,
try to be as honest as I
one
can.
day PPL will
We're
forge
stupid.
your art.
Wait, what was that? One day people, oh yeah. Forge my art, sure. Maybe, we'll see. I need to get a new iPad. It's like, so old. It's so old.
Windy
Just
City
want to get the server running.
1828 says, just let them try. Look, thanks.
Windy City, you're awesome. I liked your random question series that you did. It was very entertaining. Those are fun. Keeps you on edge. I just want to get this over with. Wrong attitude. This is awesome. My pencil. This is broken. I never break pencils. Use it for my
Another
drawing.
person in line E8G says,
There's another one.
do you do any drawings, Windy?
She's just an observer. She just likes hanging out, which is awesome. It's one of the reasons why I like doing the streams. Just, guys, I tell you, if y'all are going to be a painter, you got to get out.
Says,
because I'm not good at that. One of the weaknesses I have, this is not how I sharpen my pens. This is somebody else's pencil. But this is my pencil. See, what happens is I have a drawing class Thursday evening. Everybody comes in, and they come in over here and take all my pencils, sharpen them, and then drop them and break them, and then come and get another one. I'm using it. Somebody sharpened it.
1828 says, another, no, I just pop in and see what the world of art is like. It's
insane and retarded. It really is retarded. When I say that, I'm not just trying to be provocative here. Most of art is people just being intellectual. They're like, oh, I just want to express myself, all this stuff. I say this all the time. You go into an art gallery, a lot of people, they don't want to say anything because it's all official and stuff, but it makes no sense, trust me.
Oh, that reminds me, I'm painting a zoo creature.
The hell's my eraser? A zoo creature? You're talking about the monkey? Dude, where did Brian draw? I need to know. Where did he draw? And the reason why I need to know where he slobbered. I got this. COVID didn't make me do it. Brian did. I got this. Germex. Advanced. Why?
Another person in line
Brian cleans his hands by spitting all over himself.
Orangutan.
And then he uses my pencils. The racers saturate into it.
We should all quit art and start a dairy farm.
There we go. Shakuri's on the human cheese still. You have to give it to her for perseverance. This is great. I am all for it. Okay? Mine's a cautionary tale, okay? Dark Studio Golem. Don't be an artist. Now let's get this over with.
Share
I
Curry
just
says,
want to die.
QFX started it today. I forgot all about it.
I saw that conversation. He starts shit. That's what he does. But it was a very fast. I almost named the stream something about human cheese, which will probably be tomorrow's stream or something. I don't know. It's very fascinating. Discord. It is indeed. Curry, you need a post. You have good work. I've been trying to encourage you recently.
Windy City 1828 says, look, honestly, you didn't do art. I could see you in the movies, kind of Jim Carrey vibes.
Jim Carrey flopping around. Yeah. Dude, he is so freaking funny. See, that's the thing when you say I need to get back to my skit videos. I just haven't had the time to do. I don't have time. It's the problem. Life's intense, which I've said before. I'm not going to go complaining about it. I'm not complaining. I'm just
Share
stating a
Curry
fact.
says, I should post, but sometimes I feel awkward about it. LOL.
Well, I'm telling you, you should, because you have more potential than you think. Like I can tell people with potential. That's why you might think those hand videos are never coming out. I actually have them quite edited. I just need to. I'm trying to put the skits in, Bebe skits. And truthfully, if I can get these drawings done, then I'm set, man. And look, this is for my cousin's wedding, which is awesome. So I'm like psyched to get. I am actually psyched to get to do this drawing. But
Another person in line
get this done.
E8G says, Windy City, I'm close to Chicago, went to Brookfield Zoo a few weeks ago, but don't like going downtown much.
Everybody thinks she's from Chicago. She's actually over in the UK.
Share Curry says, when is the wedding?
I thought she was from Chicago too, because Chicago's Windy City, right? I knows that place. No, I would not want to live in Chicago. That place seems dangerous as shit. You want to go over there, get shot? Be my guest. I have some friends over there.
Another person in line E8G says, yup, don't go there.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Oh man, dude, I tell you, like again,
Beark108 says,
my hands
danger
just
is good.
in video games it is. Most of us, anyway. I try to avoid confrontation as much as I can. It's a smart thing to do. Always, always be on guard. One of the best
Windy
ways
City
of protecting
1828
yourself is not
says,
getting into trouble.
another, I'm nowhere near Chicago, I'm in the UK. Beark108 says, you could be new Eminem.
Man, what are you talking about? I guarantee you, QFX comes in, it's either going to be about cheese or Warcraft, one of the two.
Share Curry says, you don't know Eminem. Beark108 says, he's a white guy from Chicago. Share Curry says,
Yeah.
lucky.
Yeah, Eminem's freaking has a screw loose, man. I don't know. Maybe he has his act together now. I remember my sister went to his
Another
concert
person in line E8G says,
back in the day, and he
went
didn't
to
even get
visit my
to
mom this
make it to the
weekend,
stage.
and some dumb teenager that
He's on
looked like
drugs.
he weighed 85 IBS overtook me on a
Pounds.
residential street and yelling obscenities at me. When I saw him, I had to start laughing.
I did that once with the guy who pulled a knife on me because the knife was this long, and um, probably wasn't the smartest thing to do. But he didn't do anything because he was a bitch.
Sheer Curry says, that's why you never leave your house.
Exactly. You carry this place. I am protected back here. We're downtown, and there's some sketchy people here. But I am in the back of the building, and I am well armed. Let's put it that way. It is it's like Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone. They walk in here.
Beark108 says, I have a brush and I'm not afraid to use it.
Yeah. Paintbrush palette. But I know how to paint death. Son of a bitch. It goes up top, doesn't it? Yeah.
Sheer Curry says, not my face.
Yeah. You negotiate with them. Look, before we start this, we're gonna have to lay some ground rules. No touching of the face, all right? No face contact or anything. But aside from that, we're good. All right? I kind of do that when in game, when people start talking shit to me, I'll whisper them back saying, look, whatever goes down here, let's both make a
Sheer
promise to
Curry
each other
says,
that
that's how I make my living.
your face. That's how I make my living. Let's promise each other that we won't put each other on ignore, that we'll see this through. And then we go from there. Obviously backfired when we got bombarded with gay porn, and I apologize for bringing y'all into that. Didn't see that coming, but now I know what to expect. I have since lowered my bar, my standards, the depth of human stupidity, probably for the 5th time this year, and it's only April.
Sheer Curry says, you should make them angry again.
You want to see that gay porn? I have things in my head that I never thought would be in my head that I didn't know were possible,
Sheer
physically,
Curry
humanly
says,
possible.
we need new references.
It's going to happen. Because I dip my toes in the pool of retards all the time, every time I log into that godforsaken game. Stupidest shit ever. Never thought of this. Dude, what am I doing with this? Problem is, I need to get my hand acclimated to drawing because it's like I don't have my coordination's not here right now.
Sheer Curry says, the Grand Lake of retardation.
And oh, it is Grand Lake. By the way, Shakur, I do have some different music based off of your suggestions. Couldn't find a lot of Talking Head
Future Oil
songs
Painter
I really
says,
liked. I
people
like
are
Talking
just
Heads, but
nuts.
a lot of their music's just freaking weird, man. I guess more of the recent stuff. I like the stuff from the 80s. The 80s was like, they were solid. Dude, I
Sheer
am
Curry
butchering this.
says, how dare you?
Do you like all of their songs? Or is it just like their hit songs? Do you like a couple songs of them? Like, they have some good songs.
Future Oil Painter says, I've started to do my grocery shopping before sundown, that's when the nutballs come out.
Is it really?
Sheer Curry
They're
says,
here all times of
I
the day.
like all.
You like all of them? I didn't download all of them.
Sheer Curry says, you can dislike them. It's okay to have bad taste.
I have damn good taste. Windy City, we need some random questions, woman. Those are good questions. Something to keep me on my toes here. Besides this drawing is just so easy for me. Hell. We're good. Stream's looking okay. All right.
Future Oil Painter says, look, so did this client know you already, or how did you land this commish?
This one is my cousin asked me to do this, who I met just recently because they had to look me up. They wanted to find a really solid artist, and so they found me very easily because I'm extremely popular and well known by all. And it just so happened that that's how I met my cousin who lives in the same city as me. Funny, true story, totally true. Totally true. And straight, so I can see the angles. Angles, it's all about angles.
Sheer Curry says, you don't know your cousin?
I do know my cousin. It was a yoke. It was a yoke, as the Swedish say. The Scandinavians say.
Future Oil Painter says, they dialed 1-800-ARTISTS, cash money, no checks please.
Cash money. Cash money, money. No checks. My name was the first one to come up. Ah, yes. Yes, that Craigslist ad paid off. Never do Craigslist, by the way, especially if you're asking for models. I have gotten the creepiest people. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year. But every year is rough, so I'm used to it. That's one of the great things. Why is this thing happy?
Sheer Curry says, you should paint the creepy models and make it a series.
I mean, the problem. Okay.
Almond the painter says.
Most people would find
As I
this like,
said,
oh yeah,
a
this is
Vosolid
awesome.
monarchy is the way to go.
There you go. But
Beark108 says.
I get people showing
Ruffier
me
is
their
a
tits
norm
and
lately.
stuff. They just start texting me, and then I'm pretty sure a lot of them are on drugs too. That's the other thing. So they're not punctual, and then they don't show up. One of the people backed out the last day. So it's just like they. I don't even think I can get half of them in, right? Because I'm pretty sure that they're on drugs.
Sheer
Like
Curry
they have
says.
to be on drugs.
LMAO, you looking for these?
No.
Future Oil Painter says. Or. You could just wait till you go Goya crazy. And then you can draw everyone.
I mean, being punctual is a big thing. When models don't show up, that's the problem. That's what I have.
Sheer Curry says. Done.
Shakuri's like, I'm one step ahead of you. Have been for, well, my whole life. Shakuri burst out of the womb and immediately gave up. Nah, I don't like this. She exploded out of the womb.
Sheer Curry says. LMAO. And I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Sheer Curry says.
Whoopsies.
UX.
Whoopsies.
Sheer Curry says. You exploded. I just rolled
Explode.
out.
You
Windy
just
City
rolled.
1828 says.
You did a ninja rollout.
Random question number 1.
Yes.
A group of amateur artists make a bronze statue of you that has no resemblance to you. Do you A. Accept it and store it under a sheet, or B. Put it on display? Future
I
Oil Painter says.
modify it, then put it
Sheer
on
Curry was
display
born kicking and
in the
punching and
town
asking
square.
questions. Sheer Curry says. I was born crying.
That should be our first sign right there. That should be the first sign. It's the first thing you did when you came into this world. You cried.
Windy City 1828 says.
And if you aren't crying, that's not a good sign. Windy City, I
Sheer
identify
Curry
myself
says.
by my ass. I don't know how my
But for
face
cheer,
looks.
I imagine you being born
Right.
saying "Hood up home skillets."
So, you know, as
Future
long as it
Oil
has
Painter
two
says. How
nice,
did you
beautiful
know?
cheeks. You know, home skillets, that's something that was like, for me, I heard it back in the 90s more, I think, and haven't heard it until But for Chair started saying it like a year or 2 years ago.
Future Oil Painter says. Then after that I would say, what do you want? Future Oil Painter says.
Being too detailed with
It's
this.
time to bring back home skillets. Gotta make up for not saying it enough, back in the day.
Right. So poorly done.
Sher Curry says. Drawing a building is just ridiculous.
I know. It is. It's just, this is.
Sher Curry
But you know what
says.
keeps on going through my mind?
Never see anyone drawing a building.
I know. What keeps on going through my mind is stop being a little
Future Oil
bitch
Painter says.
to me.
I especially like the reaction from current generations. They're all like home skillets. Did you just call me something derogatory?
Yeah, people don't know. That's just like the first thing. Well, I mean, especially if you're like the perpetually offended, they're gonna think that. You're giving people the benefit of the doubt. I cannot shade today. I knew, like, I could feel it too coming in. I was like, I don't have the coordination. You get my
Future Oil Painter
focus.
says. I drew a lot of buildings details in architecture days.
Yeah, it's not fun. I don't enjoy this.
Future Oil Painter says. You gotta get one of those stress balls.
Dude, I have one, but I keep on forgetting it.
Future Oil Painter says. Squishy.
Hmm.
Beark108 says. It's not very easy photo to draw from.
This, eh, I can see the architecture enough to draw from it. I mean, it's not a great
Future Oil
composition in
Painter
terms of
says.
shadow, but I can see the structure.
Architecture secret for y'all. If it wasn't for interns working round the clock for basically free, most corporate arches would be out of business.
Really? That sucks. Wonder if AI changes that. So everything's AI now.
Future Oil Painter says. Yup, so metaphorically I guess it relates to artists working for free. King of Was Left says.
King.
Look at this morose looking motherfucker, right here like somebody took a shit in his cornflakes.
Ah, you were so wise.
Cher
Observant.
Curry says. LMAO.
Nobody says morose anymore, jackass. But it is a good word to describe.
Beark108 says. Most architects starve for years.
This is so poorly done, it's not even funny.
Cher Curry says. I love Moros.
You love Talking Heads every song. I like Talking Heads, but not every song. Weirdo. Morose.
Future Oil Painter says. Not sure, I mean AI is learning from stuff online, which is from current Arch peeps, and a lot of people in Arch today are not very good at drawing.
Yeah.
Cher Curry says. Most superstars starve, so it must be a sign of success. King of Was Left says. I learned every word I know beyond one syllable by watching Kevin Smith movies. Cher Curry says. I bet you lick Nickelback.
I like Nickelback, but they're not my favorite. Was that a I bet you like Nickelback like insult? So I'm not saying I have the best taste in music, but I have a better taste in music than you do, is my point. Okay.
Future Oil Painter says. When I see a big building, all I see is the arguments, the people that are not so nice, and other BS. Windy City 1828 says.
Yeah.
He likes AC/DC.
I do like AC/DC.
Beark108 says. Guns N' Roses. Cher Curry says. I think Nickelback hate is overrated.
Nickelback hate is overrated. Do you like Nickelback? Just there's songs. It's like some songs. It sounds so much like them. It's so I don't know. I love Nirvana.
Cher Curry says. I can't type today. Cher
Dude,
Curry
I can't
says.
draw today.
I don't hate them.
You don't hate them?
Windy City 1828 says. I going to see Metallica in Wales in June.
Are you?
Beark108 says. Grohl was always weird, people around him just die lol. King of Was Left says.
Grohl.
It's the Nickelback paradox. The Nickelback hate is overrated, but Nickelback is also overrated. Expanded Depressive 0 SDGWS says. bestviewersstreamba.com.
How do we ban here? Bruh.
Future Oil Painter says. Ban.
Shikari, ban. Wait a second. Do I have you set? Where are you? I wonder if I can do this here.
Windy City 1828 says. I remember fans giving Nickelback a hard time at one concert, so bad the singer left the stage and the building.
Really?
Dentist
Dude.
9906 says. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Sheer Curry says. Can I even ban?
Dante, thank you. You will be able to in a second.
King of Was left says. Future Oil Painter now that's not overreact. What if they in fact have the best streamers? Richard Wyant 3728 says. They threw a rock at the singer.
Oh wait, you are a mod.
Windy
You can
City
ban.
1828 says. Richard, it was a rock concert. Future Oil Painter says. Anything's possible. Future Oil Painter says. Threw a rock at the singer? What the?
Dude, it's pretty intense.
Dentist 9906 says.
Dante.
Like and subscribe you bastards.
Ya bastards.
Richard Wyant 3728 says.
Richard, what's up, man?
They actually hit him. He said,
Did
do
they?
you want us to play? No one said yes, so they left.
So
Sheer
what
Curry
band was
says.
this? Because I was trying to figure something
Which
out.
singer? I missed it.
Yeah, was this Nickelback? Like, why would they do this?
Richard Wyant 3728 says. Nickelback.
Nickelback? So why would they buy the ticket to go to the concert to do that?
Sheer
What did
Curry
he
says.
do? I didn't know they were
I
that
bet he
hated.
asked for his Nickelback.
It was just so
Richard
bad
Wyant
that it was funny.
3728 says.
Good job,
It is a
Shakira.
running thing that they suck, but people buy tickets, but no one admits they like them. It is dumb.
So maybe the people who liked them were actually the ones throwing rocks. They're like, because they had to prove that they didn't like them, but secretly they do, which is why they bought the ticket.
King of Was left
It only
says.
cost a nickel.
Did they throw the pebble back?
I am not drawing well today.
Richard Wyant 3728 says.
It's okay. We'll get it.
Exactly.
Oh gosh, this is not right. You know what? I don't even care. This distance is wrong. Oh, I'm an idiot. Give me a second. Let me fix this. This is why we draw lightly. What do you think, Gareth? that.
Beark108 says, old Foo Fighters albums were pretty good,
Dude,
until Grohl got too political.
Oh, did he get political? Grohl, is that I love Foo Fighters, like the old albums though. Yeah, the new. I didn't like the
Future
new
Oil
one.
Painter says,
Well, I don't know. I
reminds
haven't
me
heard
when
them
I was
recently.
at a Cubs baseball game sitting on the bleachers, years ago, during practice, someone tossed a home run ball back, almost hitting a player from the Dodgers.
Really? So like they weren't trying to hit him, right? They were just. It was very poorly. Dude, I am just being so stupid right now. That's okay. We'll get it. Kind of have to go through this sometimes. You know, and I didn't even need to
Future
fix
Oil
this.
Painter
You
says,
know what? That's wrong
yep,
attitude.
they tried hitting him.
Oh, they did? One of my favorites is when people try to streak and they get tased on the field. Those are fun to watch. One guy was
Beark108 says,
proposing and he got tackled
Kings of Leon are great.
by like one of the security guys who should have played. He probably played football because it was a solid hit. It was a solid hit. I mean, it was kind of mean too of the guy because at that point it's like, all right, you beat him past. And the player too was like, one of the players was clapping because he, and then he put his head up like this when he saw him get it was so funny.
Sheer Curry says,
It was horrible, but
I only know that one song. Future Oil Painter says, ouch, drops to a knee. Bam.
yeah. You can probably look it up. I mean, it was at a baseball. I don't know what baseball game, but you could see the player. At
King
first
of
they're
Wasleft
annoyed, but then
says,
they saw what he was doing and they were
there's an
like,
Instagram page called Kids Getting Hurt. It's exactly what you think it is. Richard Wyan 3728 says, I like the band called Cake. Dentist 9906 says, like and subscribe if Nickelback sucks.
Cake? Do I know Cake? Yeah, it's like I think I might like one or two of their songs, but it's just that's,
Richard Wyan 3728 says, going the distance is the one most people know.
I'm going the distance.
Sheer
He's
Curry
going
says,
for speed.
how about Roxy Music?
What's Roxy Music?
King of Wasleft says, if what you're picturing is hours upon hours of video of kids eating shit and your imagination is not failing you.
Is that? Is it really? Dude, there's some weird freaking people out there.
Sheer Curry says, sounds pervy. Future Oil Painter says, only thing I hate about warm weather, all the people and their landscaping equipment, going non-stop.
Yeah, I can see that being annoying. I don't know if it bothers me that much. But I'm also not at home. I guess on the weekends I am.
Future Oil Painter says. Yep, I get used to it, just takes a week to adjust.
Yeah.
Cher Curry says. I'm still waiting to get adjusted to the sound of the human voice.
Adjusted the sound of a human voice. Still waiting to get adjusted to the sound of a human voice. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
King of Was Left says. What I hate the most when it gets warm is the slight layer of sweat film under my man tits. Richard Wyan 3728 says. On the Discord, show your work. What is too much for posting? I have lots of practice stuff that I want to put, but I don't want to flood you guys with too much stuff. Cher
You
Curry
can't.
says.
Just post whatever you want,
Oh
man.
dear. Richard Wyan 3728 says. Cool. Cher Curry says.
I'm
That
being
was my response to sweaty man tits.
sweaty man tits. Gotcha.
Not OCA says.
Oka, what's up?
Sub cockatoo. Cher Curry says.
Jackass.
A bra could help.
Where's this cockatoo coming from anyway? You know what? Don't answer that. Ah.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. I watch you draw and see the other posts, and it really helps me with direction on how to go forward. Now I want to post all my stuff.
Do it.
Almond the Painter says. BTW Lewis, your advice on the skin tone issue with the limited palette I had helped a lot. My skin is looking fleshy and coherent.
Good, good.
Future Oil Painter says.
That'll really help you.
Some people here haven't seen TTS yet. Cover your ears, Luth. Cher Curry says. I bet it's something about cocks.
It always is. Why am I being so stupid right now? How am I?
Richard Wyan 3728 says.
Up.
I do have a technical issue with a painting.
What's up? Tell me.
Not OCA says. Beautiful beak. Not OCA says. My little cockatoo.
Damn it.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. AI reference I am using is pretty good, but the skin tones is incredible light and I want to shift it warmer. I do, then I will reference back and forth and I end up back in the white range. Future Oil Painter says.
I'd
We're
have to
here to
see it.
lead you to the path of enlightenment and wisdom.
I'd have to see it. And I also, Richard, I would advise against using is this a figure? This is an actual figure. Um, I we have a lot of life reference photos in the Discord. I would try to go for one of those just because AI is not quite there. I will use AI in my videos just because I don't want to be contacted by a real model and say take my work down. I've changed my mind about being up. So for videos, I'll use AI for nudes going forward. I'm not putting anything real out there because I already had one person ask to take stuff down. It's just a pain. But if you're working, like I would always go for a live model reference, like a real photo.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. It is a commission and the person has passed away. The AI has been done
Oh,
to enable a
that
better
one, that one.
resolution of the subject.
I know which one you're
Eric
talking about.
108 says.
Got it. That's
How
different.
did the pigeon commission go?
The pigeon commission. That one, I'm still. I mean, it's pretty much done. I might just need to darken it and put some accents on it to make it a little bit more interesting. Totally lost the drawing.
Almond the Painter says. I am thinking about rewatching Heat. King of Was Left says.
Heat.
This drawing is part 2. The client asked to put the birdcage inside of a church. So here we are. Richard Wyan 3728 says. Heat is great, do it. Almond the Painter says. Heat is a killer movie. Future Oil Painter says. Oh, by the way, someone contacted me about painting their wife's new car, not sure it's legit.
Really?
Richard Wyan 3728 says. Try a movie called Blue Ruin. Richard Wyan 3728 says. It is an indie thing that is really interesting.
Why did I take this commission? What's wrong with me? Curry, I want you to specifically name some of the songs you like. About Talking Heads, so I can judge you.
Sher Curry says. Never take Comey Richard Wyan
Homie signs.
3728 says. Like a John Wick if John Wick was a normal person with zero combat skills. Future Oil Painter says. Don't forget to draw the cement joints. Sher Curry says. Let me think.
Debating
Future
whether I
Oil
should draw
Painter
the
says.
gutters in.
Gargoyles.
This is gone from creativity to bare minimum to less than that in my brain. My substantial, juicy brain.
Sher Curry says. Psycho Killer of course.
Psycho Killer, yeah. That is a good song. Psycho Killer.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. I vote no gutters.
Yeah, let's take the gutters out. Let's not, or rather, not put them in. For you cannot take out that which you have not put in. Psycho Killer. Oh.
Richard Wyan
I'm
3728
positive there's
says.
some songs you haven't heard
Not
that you don't
incorrect.
like.
Sher Curry says. Life during
Wartime.
wartime.
Life During Wartime. Look it up later.
Berk 108 says. Luckily you're a painter not a singer.
How do you know? Huh?
Sher Curry says. Burning down the house.
Burning Down the House. That's a good one.
Future Oil Painter says. Reminds me once in art school, a girl says to the prof, but no one will see that. And he says but God will.
Yeah.
King of Was left says. Everybody can say they just have to find their genre. Most people don't like the genre of their voice is built for, so they never go after it.
Their voice is built. Oh, interesting. I oftentimes wonder how many people are missing their callings because there's like a certain gift they have that they've never discovered, right? First comment.
Sheer Curry says. Bob Dylan somehow made it as a singer.
Yeah, somehow. Not draw this piece in.
W1 enter ST0RM says. Hello everyone.
Winter, what's up, man? It's a cool drawing you did with the
says,
skull and the lizard.
Louise could be a Baroque soprano. Sheer Curry says. Welcome.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, it could be a Baroque soprano.
Sheer Curry says. He already is a castrati. W1 enter ST0RM says.
Castrati.
Thanks, I just decided to work a bit more on the iguana's head, but I'm not touching the skull lol.
Complicated. Nobody
Sheer
understands
Curry
me.
says. One of those guys who get castrated to sing higher.
You're talking castrati. Is that what they're called? Castratis? Castrated to sing higher. Shut up. My defense mechanism would go off if anybody tried to castrate
Beark108
me.
says. Yes.
Well, I disagree. Okay, I'm not a castrati. Or what do you call them? A castrati? Castrati? Castrati?
Sheer Curry says. That's true sacrifice for your craft.
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
King of Was left says. Tom Petty is even worst. Just a Bob Dylan clone, who was just a close of Deep South folk singers. And if the movie Multiplicity taught us anything, a clone of a clone is a re-re.
Oh my gosh, this is going to take me forever.
Sheer Curry says. I don't like how this text-to-speech thing exposes my typos.
It's anti-Shakiri.
Sheer Curry says. Tom Petty is a better singer.
Yeah, Tom Petty. I like Tom Petty over Bob Dylan.
Beark108 says. Bob Dylan is a decent painter BTW. Almond the Painter
Alright.
says. Louis Prima and Lee Moncello on a summer noon for me, none of that pothead doodle. King of Was
Limoncello.
left says.
Oh.
Ew.
I love limoncello. If y'all ever have an upset stomach, take some limoncello.
Almond the painter says. Or grappa.
I hate grappa though. Grappa doesn't taste good. You like grappa? I like whiskey a lot. I almost got addicted to it. I saw myself, I was like starting to get a little bit around here, just a little. And I stopped because of that. And then I realized it was hard to stop. But I did. And I was like, it's a good thing that because last thing I need is some sort of addiction.
Almond the painter says. After a big meal, for sure some grappa.
Think so? This is wrong.
Sheer Curry says. Did you download any Arrested Development songs? Future
Oh,
Oil
did
Painter
I?
says. Oh, last week I was hurting thanks to the electric company, and I totally forgot I had saved a gold sovereign coin. It can go for 1,500 bucks, but
Dude,
at a coin shop they only gave me 1,005
they
bucks.
have to make
Had
money.
to take it, oh well. Almond the painter says. Louis Schwarzenegger.
I wish, man.
Future Oil Painter says. Buy some gold coins or silver, guys. Sheer Curry says. OMG.
All right, Curry. Ugh. Mm,
Beark108 says. Good luck with eating your gold and silver.
This actually suits the strong more right now. I still have some to download. That's why it took me a while to search. I was downloading stuff, trying to catch up with the art in our Discord. This is what Butt for Chair listens to every morning when he wakes up
Sheer
after
Curry
1 hour
says.
of sleep.
This fits RHE stream perfectly.
It does. You're right. You're correct. I was, I was listening to this is one of the, I was cracking up because some of the songs are freaking hilarious.
Future Oil Painter says. Is anyone awake at 2 a.m.?
I think you're the only person, man. You and Shiri Mia.
Sheer Curry says. Discipline Daddy is but for chair.
You know this song, Discipline Daddy. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is.
Cher Curry says. But for Cher plays this to scare his kids. Future Oil Painter says. Nice.
Children all over. Don't worry, I have the longer version of that too. That was just a little snippet of it.
Cher Curry says. Twitch will love that one.
Right? I was actually. I think we should be fine.
King
All
of
of the.
Was
I
Left
have kids all
says.
over town.
What time I go to bed is based entirely on whether or not any of your dads are out of town. Future Oil Painter says. Good tunes.
Yeah, this song's okay. You know, it's not Nickelback, so we're good.
Cher Curry says. I'm waiting for Keep Your Balls in the Air.
I don't think I have that one yet.
King of Was Left says. Get I. Because when they're out of town I'm up late doing sex to your moms.
Balls in the air. That one.
Future Oil Painter says. I'm buying random CDs. The last one I got was a Willie Nelson, and the Cars, $5 or $7 each. Cher Curry says. I thought you meant because if our dads are out of town they are with you.
That's what I thought first too. That's what I thought. I literally thought that that's what he meant until he said what he said just now.
Future Oil Painter says. Yup, thought it was Brokeback Mountain talk. Sher Curry says. Is that a good movie? King of Was left says. Sher Curry, I don't want to talk about it. Except I will say the dads are very warm in the winter when your power gets turned off. Sher Curry says. Hairy and cuddly.
Hairy and cuddly. Are you talking about like somebody's nuts? Is that what we're doing? I wasn't paying attention just now. I was downloading that song, Balls in the Air.
King of
Speaking of
Was
nuts.
left says. It's not gay if it's for survival.
It's not gay if people say it when they're gay. Okay, King? I want you to repeat those words looking into a mirror. Oh, gosh. It's not gay if it's for survival.
Sher Curry says. It's not gay in the dark.
It is gay if it's in the dark. Ooh.
Future Oil Painter says. Wasn't there a comedy movie in the 90s? Guys get stranded or lost in the wilderness, they have to hug for warmth.
Was it comedy back in the 90s? I don't remember. Probably. It's a coincidence that I downloaded this twice, okay?
Sher Curry says.
It's a coincidence.
There's always money in the banana stand.
Well, there's always money in the banana stand. Burn that thing down. There was $10,000 in the banana stand. Oh man. Oh, so good. Well, there's always money in the banana stand. Illusion Michael.
King of Was left says. I got no comebacks. It's 80 degrees and I pulled my back out humping your moms. King of Was left says.
I'm
Bazinga.
immune to that. holding my bag humping. Shit. So I'm shading this part right now because I'm right-handed and I'm putting my
Windy
hand
City
here. So
1828 says. Random question number 2.
Yes.
Drawing in pencil or painting landscapes in watercolors. King of Was left says. I want to draw your attention to the fact I pluralized
Probably the
moms.
latter.
It was a chugga train choo-choo.
We got that. Thank you. And you're specifying because you didn't get the reaction. Wait. Let me explain what happened. Wait. I just want to accent moms. I put it plural because there was like more than one, which means like I got all of you. It was a good one. Throwing your back out because you're humping somebody's mom is a good comeback.
Sheer Curry
right.
says.
Always go for the low
We
hanging
couldn't
fruit.
make that gay.
Couldn't make that gay. He hastened to add moms to seal the deal that he's not gay. That's what he did. Okay? He needed to hasten to add that. Because, see, I got the one up on him, but he had to go back harder, so he pluralized moms. It's a brilliant strategy. I used it several times myself. Everything about this drawing makes me disappointed in myself. Everything. See, King, I know how you think. By the way, Shakari, I downloaded that Balls song. Okay? Should hear it any time now, I guess. I don't know.
Sheer Curry says. Will you draw Jesus jumping in the chimney?
Pretty funny, actually. I put a chimney like right here, and he's just like going down it. Like, I don't know, a bag of gifts or something. Jesus jumping down the chimney. That was pretty good. That was a good one. To explain the plural aspect of
Sheer
moms.
Curry says.
That was the highlight of your
Isn't
joke.
that what happens at churches?
It comes down the chimney. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that sounds theologically correct. That sounds like something that would be in the catechism of the church, held by our fathers for thousands of years. Seems about right.
Beark 108 says. See what painting architecture does to people, Do you have ideas of building empire or conquer neighboring countries?
I mean, I don't need to draw this for that to be in my blood, okay? I don't need to, I don't, yeah, it's already there. Here we go. All right, this is the test. If we get banned.
Beark108 says. You passed the test, almighty.
Where's the best test?
Sheer Curry says. I like how this song just randomly plays all the time in the show.
Yeah, I know. There's so many good things about Arrested Development, honestly.
King of Was Left says. I'm just a dude that definitely isn't gay trying to bring mom jokes back. Richard Wyant
Mom jokes do need to
3728
come back.
says. It looks like he is dead.
Looks like who is dead? Are you kidding me? That's it.
Richard Wyant 3728 says. He is dead, or it looks like he is dead. Sheer Curry says. Thank you for clarifying you aren't gay. Windy City 1828 says. Who?
Yeah. Arrested Development. I think that's all we got. Okay. That.
Richard Wyant 3728 says. Arrested Development line from the doctor. Sheer Curry says. OMG, I'm gonna start typing in Dutch.
Do it. Say something in Dutch, please. This right next. No.
Sheer Curry says. OMG, he got us with the doctor line. Sheer Curry says. It looks like he's going to be alright.
Oh. Ah, yeah. You were quoting Arrested Development. Yeah. See, unfortunately, I don't know it so well to quote everything to recognize that stuff. Unfortunately, I need to do my research. Need to watch it more. Yeah, Windy City, I think, honestly, at this point, because I'm pencil drawing, I think I would prefer to do watercolor because it would be faster. But in terms of being beneficial, pencil drawing's extremely beneficial for painting especially.
Windy City 1828 says. Oh, thanks for answering.
Yeah. And I did before, I said the latter, but people were talking, so I wasn't sure if you heard that. I wasn't ignoring you. Chris Pratt has a very good voice, I think, for singing. He did like this is his voice. I think he did a damn good job.
Rom 3035 says. Switched from Twitch to YouTube.
Ah, all right, Rom.
Beark108 says. Do you have some watercolors?
No. No, I do not.
Sheer Curry says. I didn't know he sang.
Yeah, this is from Parks and Rec, and I'm pretty sure he did these songs. Like, I'm pretty sure he did. I mean, it sounds like him.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. He is a talented dude.
Yeah, he is. Very talented. I think he's married to Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter. I think.
Windy City 1828 says. Chris Pretty.
Chris Pretty?
Windy
Chris
City
Pratt.
1828
Pratt.
says.
Yeah.
Pratt.
Mhm.
Richard
Yep.
Wyan 3728 says. Just looked it up, gay.
Just looked it up. Yay. Everybody here is just so immature.
Windy City 1828 says. Spell checker is annoying sometimes.
Yeah, I know. I always get spell checked, and half the time I just leave it because yeah, it's frustrating. It's not even in my hand.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. No, he is married to Catherine Schwarzenegger Pratt.
Catherine Schwarzenegger. Yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter, right? That's what I said, right?
Richard
Uh,
Wyan
yeah.
3728 says. Yeah. Cher Curry says. He should have taken her name. Richard
Chris
Wyan
Schwarzenegger.
3728 says. 2019.
Gotcha.
Beark108 says.
My...
Is he a mommy or daddy?
I'm doing such stupid things today.
Cher Curry says. He sounds like he wants to sing like Nickelback.
But he sounds better than them. I'm stretching.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. Nickelback does some chessy songs, but they make good fun music. They are good at what they do.
Nickelback can suck my Nickelback. Now I have to download Nickelback songs for our Nickelback playlist so we can shit on them. You know, if you start listening to music sarcastically, oftentimes you start liking it after a while. You got to be careful.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. Exactly, they are easy to make fun of. Cher Curry says. Today they would be Bitcoin back.
That was a good one, Shakur. You're on fire. You are on fire.
Richard Wyan 3728 says. Good one.
Shakur's on a roll. Say something in Dutch. I want to hear something in Dutch. In Deutsch.
Beark108 says.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Bitcoin back.
And I'll try to say it. See if I pronounce it right. I bet you I
Cher
do.
Curry says. What should I say?
Say
Futury Oil Painter says. Say
this.
home skillets in Dutch.
Home skillets. Can you do that?
Cher Curry says. Deutsch is German to make things confusing.
Is Dutch similar to German? I wouldn't think it is. Maybe it is.
Cher Curry says. Thuis pannen? I think.
Thuis pannen. Thuis pannen. Pannen? Einen?
Future Oil Painter says. I wake up confused every morning, so it worked out. Sheer Curry says. Yes, it's similar. Future Oil Painter says. Thuis Panin. Richard Wyant 3728 says. Interesting. Sheer Curry says. Kant Vorsto L is bud for chair.
Konverstol. Konverstol is but for chair. Konvur. Vur. Konverstol. Stol. I'm trying to think of. So I remember people from the Netherlands speaking back then, but it was much more graceful. I
Sheer Curry says. We have some sounds not possible I the English language. Rom
that makes sense.
3035 says. Are you drawing this as a commission or just for fun?
I mean, it's a commission. It's my cousin wants me to do this for their kids getting married. So yeah.
Windy City 1828 says. Look, you have the Netherlands football shirt color on.
Do I? This is? Are you into football? Windy City, and I mean European football, soccer, football.
Future Oil Painter says. I'm Kong Borsto L.
Kangburstol.
Windy City 1828 says. It looks orange to me.
Orange? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that on the stream.
Windy
It looks
City
this is actually,
1828
you know
says.
what? It's more
I
red in
love
real life.
football.
You do? Cool. Excuse me.
Future Oil Painter says. Correction Kant.
Eat some bacon.
Cher Curry says. I liked Ron in that show.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I think I relate to him the most, honestly. Ron Swanson.
Windy City 1828 says. Random question number 3,
Yes,
Jim Carrey or Jack Black? Cher
Jim
Curry
Carrey.
says. You should grow a mustache like that. Future Oil Painter says. Cher
Pretty good.
Curry, have
Yeah.
you done any more art showings of your work?
We need to get her to show more work.
Cher
Hey,
Curry says. No.
Curry, are you doing a self-portrait? What's the one of that chick that you were painting?
Cher
Let's just
Curry says. Life is henceforth a blank.
some bacon.
Cher Curry says. It's almost done.
Is that your self-portrait or is that just a portrait of a chick? Because I really want to see it because I remember looking at it and I was like, this has like the markings of something that could be very good if you don't screw it up.
Cher Curry says. I don't really have interesting people to model for me lol, so it's me.
Are you going to post it? You should let me give you advice on it. If you want. It depends on your flow, right? Some people just want to work, but might be able to help you. Save you some headache or give you a headache because I'll show you things that need to change, but make it better.
Cher Curry says. I could post it.
Yeah, definitely post it. So how much longer do you think until you're done? And if you don't want to post it, you can always private message me if you want a critique. Anybody, that goes for anybody.
Cher Curry says. I hope it's done next week, I'm sick of it.
I don't know. I get tired of I'm like that with my landscape painting right now and these drawings. If I can, like, my goal is to get the drawings done this week. The other one's pretty much done, but this one, I've gotten a lot done. This is going to take a while though. That's too big. This, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. This should be here. That's where that should be. Take this out.
Windy City 1828 says, have you completed the dove's drawing?
I mean, not quite. I'll show you where it's at. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Like, it's pretty much done. But I still need to, like, I'd like to darken certain parts a little bit more. It's just so much. I mean, this could be done, honestly, looking at it. I might do some touch-ups on it.
Sheer Curry says, Nithi.
Nice. Nithy. Komi-san.
Future Oil Painter says, Sheer Curry, don't have a website set up for marketing your stuff. Windy City 1828 says, that's gorgeous.
Thank you, Windy City.
Sheer Curry says, I do, but it's really basic, lol.
You gotta link it. My website, the religious section of it's been hacked. And I'm thinking it might be the gay boys that I came across in Warcraft. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. Could be anybody.
Future Oil Painter
I have
says,
to fix it.
I usually just randomly say at the donut shop, I paint. Sheer Curry says, no way, what did they do?
Go to my website, lewisguidetti.com, and go to the sacred arts section and see where it takes you. It doesn't go to like a gay site, so I don't need to really fix it. But it goes to, it probably wasn't them. It probably was a hack of some sort. Like, I don't know how.
Sheer Curry says, but for chair, did you get your free donuts? Future Oil Painter says, it yet. Future Oil Painter says, not yet. Future Oil Painter says, I'll give them a call this afternoon. Sheer Curry says, sir, your website doesn't work, time to panic. Future Oil Painter says, you guys got any ideas for an opening line?
Sir, your website doesn't. Sir? Congratulations. You are retarded.
Sheer Curry
Sir,
says,
you are in fact retarded.
What up, home skillets?
What up? What up?
Sheer Curry says, I'm serious, your website is down, lol. Sheer Curry says,
I thought you were kidding.
My device is broken. Future Oil Painter says, congratulations, home skillets, you have the opportunity to own an original but for chair oil painting.
Well, Is this up? Yeah, that site's up. It was up yesterday. This is not good. You know what, though? I'm at the point where I'm just like, whatever.
Cher Curry says. At least it means you're famous enough to get hacked. ID say that's a win.
A DOS attack,
Future Oil
DDoS.
Painter says. You were hacked.
Yeah, I'm getting DDoSed. Yeah, somebody's attacking me. Freaking bring it. Well, there are such things as enemies, and this is why I always say stab the person in the back before they can stab you in your back, right? We'll get through this. We'll get through this together. Worry about that. You know what? I'll worry about it tomorrow. Nobody was going to the site anyway. Ah, we need to update some stuff on it. Shikari, thank you for telling me about that. I do appreciate it. My website is in fact down. Time to panic. Get this thing back on. There we go.
Cher Curry says. You should have posted gay porn to your own site to be one step ahead. Beark108 says. That sucks.
It's all right, man. It's not a big deal. We'll get it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll fix it. There's stuff I can do probably. It's kind of funny. It is funny. Who would do that to my website? There's not a lot of traffic there right now. I don't
Cher
update
Curry
it.
says.
Half the time I forget I
Laugh
have one.
away the tears. Beark108 says. I get fucked over on daily basis lol you get used to it.
Yeah, you get used to it. I mean, it's just like, it's really funny. Like somebody's taking the time to do that. This is really gonna mess with them. Joke's on you. Nobody goes there anyway, jerk. It's pretty funny. Joke's on you. We'll get through this.
Beark108 says. Maybe it's just some hosting bug or outage.
Could be. It was an email saying I was being DDoSed, right? So also I have not gone in the back end and updated the security in probably at least a year. So I'll go and do that, but I need to switch from WordPress to, I want to go to Squarespace because I think it's easier for somebody like myself to manage. WordPress, I know you can probably do more with it, but I don't like my website. I don't like how it looks. I need to get something that looks nicer and kind of is easier for me to upload stuff. This is just like mine's a pain in the ass to upload.
Future Oil Painter says.
That's why I
Is
haven't.
that big bucks? Beark108 says. I'm running on hosting highly recommend. Future
On
Oil Painter says.
Hostinger?
To have a website.
Oh, I think I pay for the domain. It's like something like $400 a year. I don't think I mean, For me right now it is because like I'm not producing a lot to get a return on it. But
Future Oil
websites,
Painter
yeah, normally
says.
you make that money back.
$400.
I think so. I don't know. It's affordable. And people look, and here's you don't really need
Future Oil Painter says.
probably
That's
don't
a
even
lot
need a
of pizza
website.
money for me.
It's more of I want to keep the domain name, which is .com.
Beark108 says.
Louis Guidetti.
WTF, I pay 20 per year. Sheer Curry
I
says.
might too. I don't know
I
how
pay
much I
like
pay.
20 euros a year. What in the world are you doing?
I think having a domain name though is different. Like you have to maintain the domain name. I don't know. I'd have to go back and check.
Sheer Curry says. I have the cheapest version of a website though. QFX says.
Send me your
Cute you're
website.
drawing there. Future Oil Painter says.
Shut up.
I could see a website need drinking a margarita at a bar. Drinks on me guys, look, just paid me again.
Right? You're getting ripped off and I'm paying their way. Only way I can help the scammers, you know? Gives me that warm feeling inside. QFX, what's up, man? What are you doing? That looks better.
QFX says. Not much, I'm at my parents' ATM, so we spent time together at this time.
Nice.
Future Oil Painter says. 20 euros sounds reasonable. Sheer Curry, that's doable. Sheer Curry says. Are you going to the Rijksmuseum? QFX says. I don't know yet, there hasn't been word about it lel. Sheer Curry says. No way. Sheer Curry says. Bring it up. Future Oil Painter says. Don't set off alarms. QFX. QFX says. I don't know if people are too enthusiastic about it right now. Sheer Curry says. Why not? QFX says. There's been a loss in the family recently, that
Oh
kinda
no.
stuff. Sheer Curry says. Oof, I'm sorry. QFX says. Thanks.
Sucks, man.
QFX says. On another note, our cat finally came on my lap after 8 years.
Your cat's been avoiding you for 8 years? The hell did you do to it?
QFX says. She's SHYXD.
She's shy.
Sheer Curry says. Because cats are the best. QFX says. Or
Freaking hate
rather
cats.
afraid.
They don't like me either. They make me
QFX
sneeze.
says. Wow, why? Sheer Curry says. Cats love me. QFX says. At least someone. Beark108 says. Dogs. Sheer Curry says. All I need. QFX says. You more of a dog person or?
Me, dogs, yeah.
Beark108 says. There's one furry 35 kilograms snoring right next to me. QFX says. I can't be asked to go out 3 times a day.
You just let them run wild and attack whoever they want. Don't ask questions when they come back home.
Sheer Curry says. Dogs don't like me as much as cats. QFX says. They smell the cheese.
Here we go. I was just waiting for this to come up. Courier human cheese. It's best if you don't know where the cheese is coming from. I'd rather
Sheer
take it from a
Curry
random
says.
person instead of
Cats just have better taste.
cats. Do they? Do they?
Sheer Curry says. Cheese burrito. QFX says. Burrito make butter. Future Oil Painter says. Another gift of springtime, yellow jackets.
Oh no.
Sheer Curry says. How about human butter?
How about it?
QFX says, I'd rather eat the cheese actually. Sheer Curry says, how about human hair sweaters? Sheer Curry says, I hear some make sweaters out of cat hair. Future Oil Painter says,
That is disgusting.
Sheer Curry, how close are you to the ocean? Sheer Curry says, pretty close.
Ah, so lucky, man. Beach is my
QFX
favorite.
says, LOL, back then people had locks of their partners in jewelry. Future Oil Painter says, are you guys always in danger of flooding?
Probably shouldn't put this in until later, but
Sheer Curry says, no, we have insane dams. Sheer Curry says, that's our thing.
dang.
Derek108 says, dogs are awesome, I never thought of having one, but it was best decision I ever made, Brighton's even shittiest day. QFX says, they got milk floodings. Future Oil Painter says, oh cool. Future Oil Painter says, no hurricanes. Sheer Curry says, no. Sheer Curry says, or at least not like America. Future Oil Painter says, what? No hurricanes. Sheer Curry says, we don't have to hide in our basements. Future Oil Painter says, that's so un-American. Sheer Curry says,
I've only had to
just for fun.
3 times. Hide away. Yeah, it's not fun.
Sheer Curry says,
Not for a while though.
real Americans shoot the hurricane.
Just shoot bullets at it. They'll slow it down. He gets the point.
Windy City 1828 says, drawing coming on Great Loath.
Thank you. Thank you, Windy City. I didn't mean to say like, thank you, okay, because I'm not gay. I was just being
QFX
genuinely
says,
polite, okay? Saying
wait,
thank
this
you,
is a drawing?
okay, not thank you. Huh? What do you think it is? Do you think, huh? Huh?
QFX says, no way, did you change your sexual preferences recently? Beark108 says, Baroque soprano.
This is why nothing bothers me, is because I have to take this during the stream when I'm doing this. And in your mind, we all know, anybody who's drawing is like, I suck, I suck, I suck, I suck. That's how drawing is. It goes through my head
Rom
as I draw. And I get
3035
this at the
says,
same time.
did you use a ruler or
Toughens you up.
something similar to draw the straight lines, or did you freehand everything?
This is freehand.
Future Oil Painter
Except for
says,
this is ruler.
look, probably rents a hotel room at Myrtle Beach during a hurricane, opens up a beer and says, okay dookie, let me see what you got. Cher Curry says,
Correct, except it would be whiskey.
sexuality is a spectrum.
Explain that. I want to hear where you're going with this one. Sounds like something that worth delving into. When you say delve, you have to do this for some reason.
QFX says, is cheese a spectrum?
For the Dutch, it is. It's a way of lying.
Cher Curry says, one day he's gay, other days he's less gay.
I'm not gay. Great. Now you two pick that up. I'm going to be getting things like gay things. You know, we're very fortunate. We don't have a lot of viewers because I would definitely be banned from Twitch. They'd be like, oh, you're so insensitive. We're going to have to virtue signal by shutting it down. Some blue-haired
QFX says,
roller pig.
the important part is, the baseline of gay is never leaving on that one. Cher Curry says, what are gay things? Rom 3035 says, alright, nice. I guess the roof and all that in real life isn't entirely straight either.
Well, like I messed that up, but I spend a lot of time on the lines, and it's okay if it's not totally straight. Talking about the drawing, not
QFX
sexuality,
says,
okay?
remember
Straight
when you tried to
drawing,
make us
good.
believe your
Sexuality.
brother was gay instead of you?
You try to make us believe your brother? No, that's not what happened. I told you the story that his friends in high school convinced the teachers that he was gay, and for the entirety of the year, he was getting books on how it's okay to be gay from one of his
Cher Curry
teachers.
says, not total. Future Oil Painter says, if Luth was gay, he would put on some Speedos during a hurricane and jump in the water. Let me observe what you had, Mr. Hurricane. Cher
Exactly,
Curry
but I
says,
didn't do that.
not totally straight is okay. QFX says,
Ugh.
did you read those books?
Which
Rom
ones?
3035
No, shut up.
says, not meaning to say the lines of the drawing aren't straight, they are really good. But it just makes it look more natural when it's free-handed.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I agree. That's good practice. If I had to do it really fast, and if for a project or whatever, maybe I go with the rulers. But ruler is still. I'm not an architect,
QFX says,
so
I tried some free-handed stuff.
I'm not gay.
Didn't work out though.
That's not where I was going, but I just capped it off with that because I had lost my train of thought. I tried some freehand stuff, didn't work out though. Something is telling me that you're not talking about drawing or art, and you're coming in with something, and it has to do with something gay. Am I right?
Cher Curry says, not enough milk.
There we go.
QFX says, LMAO, this guy thinking hard what this could mean.
I'm not thinking that hard. my paranoia is showing. Okay. Okay. Uh, what do I do? Oh yeah. Let's work on the tower. The Pixies. I love the Pixies. Pixies are good. We need more Pixie songs.
Future Oil Painter says. This church drawing won't be complete until you draw a contractor knocking on the door saying you guys need a new roof. QFX says. Do you even have a dog?
No. And do you even have a dog? It's a little bit late, by the way.
Cher Curry says. Time to get a dog. Beark108
Yeah,
says.
dogs are
Get
awesome.
one. Redacted Records Archive says. Oh Scarlet Monastery hell yeah.
Hey, it looks like it. You're right, Redacted. I didn't think about that. Oh yeah, Scarlet Monastery. You always put it together. Nothing makes sense
Future
unless you can
Oil
tie
Painter
it to
says.
wow.
He has a poodle doll I think.
I don't have a poodle doll. It's the doll, not Dal. Huh.
Cher Curry says. A poodle doll.
A poodle doll.
Cher Curry says. Even more gay than an actual poodle.
Yeah. What could be more gay than an actual poodle? It's a poodle doll.
QFX says. That's just end in the corner like his female mannequin army in the basement that occasionally finds their way into the other side of the bed when it's cold.
Look, I use those mannequins for freaking cloth. The cloth that you guys are like, how'd you do those folds? They're so cool. Which y'all haven't done, but if I painted them, that's what you would be saying. Why? Because I have the female mannequins pose for them, bitch. Right?
QFX
Laugh all
says.
day.
LOL you never used those in 2 years. Cher Curry
It's been
says.
longer than that.
How did you even get BB?
Baby was remember Rose in here was her sister's doll when she was young, and for some reason we brought it in. I don't know, as a prop or something. And then um baby needs to be in the scene. Hey baby. Dun, dun, dun. Baby. Pepe. Anyway, yeah, I took the doll.
Future Oil Painter says. Share Curry. Last week I saw a pretty interesting movie, a la triste, about the 1600 when Spain was at war with the Netherlands. They did show some art, from Velázquez, but no Rembrandt or Vermeer. QFX says. Just saying, Cam has been off for 2 hours. Share Curry says. The curse of BB strikes.
Why is it off? Huh. Dude. Bruh.
Future Oil Painter says.
Bruh.
Think it needs an exorcism. Share Curry
I'm
says.
acting up today.
Replying to Future Oil Painter, Share Curry. Last week I saw a pretty interesting movie, a la triste, about the 1600 when Spain was at war with the Netherlands. They did show some art, from Velázquez, but no Rembrandt or Vermeer. Interesting, I should watch it. Share Curry says. That mullet BB is cursed.
Did y'all see me flicking it off? Because if so, then it probably cut out right after that, which would make more sense.
QFX says. Who's Vermeer? Was he a milk enthusiast? Redacted Records Archive says. No, we didn't.
You didn't see that? Okay. Because I flicked Bebe off.
Share Curry says. The human milkmaid. QFX says. You know that milk came out of her titties.
No.
Future Oil Painter says. That is a good point. Vermeer wasn't big on breasts.
Was it not? How do we know that?
Redacted Records Archive says. It really seems like so much of the work is in the eraser and not just the pencil. I know.
When I draw,
Stupid
yes.
comment, LOL.
No, it's not a stupid comment.
Future
It's
Oil
actually
Painter says. He must have been a virgin.
very astute.
Share Curry says.
Here we
He
go.
did have like 12 kids, right?
Allegedly. No, yeah, but that's how I sculpt the lines with the eraser. Like you got to think of the eraser kind of like you're drawing as well. That's how we were taught, at least. Drawing with the eraser.
QFX says. Bet he drank their milk. QFX says. Visualizing his fetish into the painting.
And sometimes it's just how people look, man. Yeah, she doesn't have big breasts. She doesn't have big breasts.
Share Curry says. Sure, why not? Future oil painter says. I mean, think Vermeer didn't show big boobs, and the women were always covered up, barely any breast action. QFX says. All the size was poured into the milk pot. Cher Curry says. You guys watch too much porn.
Guys watch too much porn. She's not wrong.
QFX says. Projecting again. Cher Curry says. Real tits don't look like melons. QFX says. I mean, just because yours don't doesn't mean that ain't a thing.
No, I'm not one for melon tits either.
Cher Curry says. Those are fake chemical balls.
Chemical balls. Breast implants.
QFX says. You say that like it's a bad thing.
It is a bad thing. She's saying they're fake.
Cher Curry says.
Bruh.
Sometimes. QFX says. Okay man, you sure it's your brother who's gay? Cher Curry says.
Brother's
You
not
ever
gay.
seen the veins on those knockers? QFX says. Those are beautiful. Future oil painter says. I seem to recall in Florida area there was a problem with breast implants bursting.
Yeah.
Cher Curry says. Those really big fake ones have wrestly creepy veins. QFX says. If I think that's creepy, you haven't been to the Guidetti basement.
Oh my God. The Guidetti basement has a red light sauna in it now, which I have been using to heal my body, which is totally broken recently. Red light sauna, man.
Cher Curry says.
Actually helping.
I don't even want to know.
Oh, red light sauna.
Future oil painter says. I don't know Cher Curry, in the name of science, I'd have to inspect the breast pictures of said breast. Will
In the
reply
name
in
of
4 to
science.
6 weeks.
In the name of science.
Cher Curry says. But for Cher, you know I will post them, don't test me.
Post what, Shikari? Specifically, what are you going to post?
QFX says. LMAO, that got his interest.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Sheer Curry says. Huge fake boobs about to explode. QFX says. Oh, so they can't be yours.
Don't make fun of her boobies.
Sheer Curry says. No comment.
Oh gosh.
Future Oil Painter says. Boobies in the name of science.
In the name of science, I must have to inspect this.
Sheer Curry says. You don't say that, LMAO.
All right.
Sheer Curry says. We need more women in here.
Yeah, we do. We do.
QFX says. Yeah, having at least one wouldn't hurt.
QFX constantly beating on Rick. Is that a Rick shot?
Sheer Curry says. Burn.
This is so hard.
QFX says. Is that the church where you get your WoW sub money?
I take it out of the poor box. It'd be so messed up, man.
QFX says. It's always lighter once it passed you.
It'd be so messed up if I was doing that. I hate that game so much right
QFX
now.
says. Remember when you blamed your dad when you took that phone?
I took that phone. What are you talking about? I blame my dad? What was this?
QFX says. You said your dad took some phone and they tracked it down to your place XD.
Yeah, that's
Future Oil
right.
Painter
Yeah.
says. When I was 10, was at church,
He did though.
I ran out before the donation basket got to me.
Did you really?
QFX says. You
You're
didn't
10 though.
know about that tracking, huh?
Oh, I didn't know about it. Why would I steal a phone? I can't get into it. Dad is funny. He picks up like he just ninja stuff, and you'll look and find things in his pocket. It's
Future
freaking
Oil
hilarious.
Painter says. Forgive me, Lord, for I have sinned against the basket. Cher Curry says, what could a 10-year-old donate?
Chocolate.
QFX says, you can just sell Tayphone. I saw they cost $1,400, no, which is beyond insanity. Cher Curry says,
That is insane for
a
food.
marble?
He donated his marble.
Future Oil Painter says, I had a couple of quarters, lol. QFX says, you know they produce that shit in China for $50 LMAO. Cher Curry says, in the name of Jesus, a marble. QFX says, you know how lesbian chicks try out stuff with their sisters, did your brother do that with you?
I like how you said that as if I'm already on the same page with you with that. You know how lesbian chicks try out stuff with her? I didn't even know they did that. And no, to answer your question,
Cher Curry says, again, you watch too much porn, QFX.
thank you. And I didn't mean to say thank you in a gay way, like thank you, which is how
QFX
I sounded.
says,
I
I
meant
think it's
genuinely
not
thank you.
enough.
What, porn? You're not watching enough porn?
Cher Curry says, I'm pretty sure they only happens in porn stories.
You know how lesbians try out stuff first with their sisters? You're chat GPT it, aren't you, right now? You're going back to the site that said, you're like, where was it actually? What site was that? Ah, yes. The melon boob site. Ah, yes.
QFX says,
And
you're
she's
telling
wrong. There
me
are
in
no.
real life dudes don't unpack a secret surprise when delivering pizza and opening the box.
Unpack a secret surprise when delivering pizza and opening the box. Again, too much gay porn. Okay?
Cher Curry
What the
says,
hell's wrong with you?
did you order a pizza? Extra sausage.
Some dude shows up butt ass naked. You're like, I actually did just want a sausage pizza.
Future Oil Painter says. When I was 18, me and a friend got booted out of a strip bar. I said I left my ID outside in my Corvette, and instead of beating us up, they laughed while we ran out.
That's pretty funny. I'm sure they weren't going to beat you up for that. One of my favorite quotes from a movie, what was it? It was shoot, what was the name of it? Anyway, it was like, hey, look, college kid. Anybody want to beat him up? What movie was that? It's like back in the 90s. It's such a good movie. I forgot what it. I forgot the name of the movie though.
QFX says. Were you the one who got beaten up at FAA?
No.
Future Oil Painter says. LOL.
I've never been beaten up.
Beark108 says. Good progress today.
Yeah.
QFX says. Punch of skinny dudes slapping you with their noodle arms for half an hour and you're all like, did we start yet?
Never want to underestimate anybody. You never know. I don't care how small they look. Worst thing you can do is underestimate your opponent. It's like Navy SEALs. They don't always look tough. You're like, that guy doesn't look like it. You don't want to mess with them. Some Navy SEALs do.
QFX says. Scott was prob the strongest guy there.
Waddell.
QFX says.
Yeah, probably.
That's why they bullied him out. Beark108 says.
They smelled a threat.
If you're weak or outnumbered, use furniture.
Well, did I tell you what Brian did? I think I told you all this. So, like, I bandaged him up the first night. He attacked me. I grabbed his arms. This was on stream. And when I did, he has very weak skin. It tore his skin. And I wasn't gripping him that hard, but his skin's doesn't have any elasticity to it. So I had to bandage it up. And then the next week, I was at his lesson. We got into the fight thing again. And so he tried to attack me. And what was it? He kept on going up and trying to hit me. I was just blocking him.
LMAO, the ultimate embarrassment. You start a fight and the victim has to bandage you up.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so, like, he kept on, throwing punches, and I wasn't going to attack, but I was just swatting. Like, I was trying to swat them away so it wouldn't hurt his arms. So I was opening, kind of doing one of these things, and he got frustrated, so he got a chair. He's like, "Well, now what are you gonna do?" He takes the chair, and I just went like this. I took it, and I just grabbed it. I said, "Now I have the chair." So like half the time, like that's one of the things. If you bring a weapon to the fight, you not that I'm a fight expert. I'm just saying you want to be careful what you bring in the fight because it can be used against you if you do it wrong, right?
QFX
And
says,
that's what happened to him.
sounds like Brian's oil puts didn't print.
His Brian's oil puts didn't print oil. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, it was pretty funny.
QFX says, it's options Lango.
I want this thing to be done. I hate drawing so much. You know what? I hate everything. I hate art. I hate art. Art's stupid. I want to express myself. I don't want to express myself.
QFX says, you watch Ock, that shit is all rogue mage monk or the Kutner to that which is feral hunter.
Ah, wait. You watching it? Oh no, I'm not. Is it on right now? That shit is all rogue mage monk or which is feral or counter to that which is feral hunter. Ah, I don't know, man. No, I haven't been watching it.
Sheer Curry says, you could always become a cheap wig model.
Cheap wig model? Like somebody who wears wigs? Is that what that is? Or is this something, is it a term for model that I don't
QFX
know?
says, it's boring anyway, literally no class representation except what I listed.
Well, see, that's bad game design, in my opinion. And you know what? I hate it because I hate the mage and they're supposed to be really good. Literally hate playing it now. But it's only, I think it's only
Sheer
because it's
Curry
tuned
says,
right.
someone who models cheap wigs.
Cheap wigs.
QFX says. I see you've returned to wearing pink.
Wearing pink. This isn't pink. Wait, is it? This is red, but I think it's appearing as orange on the stream. Which I don't know. I don't think I don't have a filter on there. I don't know why it's appearing like that.
Windy City 1828 says. It's kinda orange.
Yeah, it looks orange, but here it's like it's more red. But yeah, it looks orange on my screen. So weird. Life is weird, you know?
QFX says. It's pink if you want to believe.
Well, you're the one who's calling it pink, you fairy person.
Future Oil Painter says. Well, only good news I have about electricity is I'm all caught up with that giant bill.
Was it expensive for you? QFX, you're so dumb.
Future Oil Painter says. Hope I do have to turn on the AC cause they will kill us. QFX says. Someone has to.
There you go. Wait. Maybe I should watch the AWC.
QFX says.
Learn something.
You should offer them to restore one of their paintings and then make a mess out of it. Future Oil Painter says. Yep, had to shell out another 276 today, so total I owed was 1,200 something.
Sucks.
QFX says. At least you didn't lose a Comey's Zion to AI. Future Oil Painter says. I was making half payments for the past 4 months, which was costly.
Curry, you wouldn't have liked that painting anyway. It's below you to do that type of work. That's insane. But
Sheer
for
Curry says. QFX, I could ban you.
You can.
Future Oil Painter says. Man, look, could you imagine someone having to climb that church tower? QFX says.
Dude.
What if I rename to my WoW name? You'll never find out who it is.
I would know who it is. And you'd be pretty easy to figure out too. You wouldn't be able to stay quiet long enough about WoW. I'd be like, it's QFX. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy the conversation.
Future Oil Painter says. Yeah, Sheer Curry, it was a bullshit job. QFX says, I don't think I stand out among the crowd. Sheer Curry says, I would know if you started talking about human cheese.
That's what would set you off, that specifically. Ah, human cheese.
QFX says,
Nothing
so you
else.
would
It would
ban
be that.
yourself. Sheer Curry says, the other guy still isn't done. I would have been done by now.
That's because if he had to use AI to get the commission, that's not a good sign. That doesn't necessarily inspire confidence with a rational mind that he can actually finish it. Commission's below you, Shikari. He's below you.
Sheer Curry says, I could try. Sheer Curry says, evil will prevail and I shall triumph.
That's the spirit.
QFX says, that's some proper bikini bottom attitude.
Woo! Such a wholesome song.
Beark108 says, do you have other qualifications aside from art school?
Me? Aside from just being badass? No. No, I just went all in, man. I said, I'm going all in.
QFX says, does pumping at 1200 on mage count? Beark108 says, tough cookie.
Ah.
QFX says, bro needed 17 years at FAA for a 3-year program, only way into NASA is as a training dummy.
Just keep it coming. Keep it coming. Because guess what's happening right now? My brain is growing. Okay? I'm getting smarter. I can look. You can't see it, but I can feel it because I'm drawing.
Future Oil Painter says, look, if you wanna look for a good American church, look up H. Richardson.
H. Richardson. Is that your church?
Beark108 says, Spartans, what is your profession? Oh. Sheer Curry says, Mozart would loge this chat. QFX says, he's been
Loathe.
looking up different kinda Richards.
Ah,
Sheer Curry says, love.
love. Would love the chat. Mozart would. I'm sure he
Future
probably
Oil
would.
Painter
Mozart was a little
says,
crazy.
H. Richardson was an American architect.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
QFX says, the Mozart movie was pretty good, when
The
Hollywood
Mozart.
still didn't suck. Sheer Curry
Oh yeah,
says,
that one. That it was.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
QFX says, LMAO when he played Salieri's piece and reworked it, completely destroying his ass.
You're so pissed off too, man. Drove that guy crazy.
Sheer Curry says, Mozart loved poopa pee jokes. Future Oil Painter says. Yup, that was good. Sheer Curry says. 8 least in the movie. QFX says. At least in the movie, I don't know how much of that was made up.
Yeah, so I was wondering the same thing actually.
Sheer Curry says. Right. I think some purists didn't like it. Windy City 1828 says. Look, do you ever stop for a drinks break? QFX says.
No,
I heard him and Mozart weren't
I
arch
don't.
enemies IRL. Future Oil Painter says. Hey, race a line from that movie, say, I'm sick backwards.
Windy City, I've gotten to the point, like if I'm in here and if I sit on that couch back there, I start sitting there more, so I've just acclimated myself to standing. Because I'm like normally so tired that I could fall asleep, but like I could lay down on the ground and fall asleep. So the key is you just keep going and you sleep at night. That's how it is. Like if I eat, then I'll be more hungry. Now, is this healthy? I don't think so. Probably not. Probably not good.
QFX says. Salieri reminds me of Rick after losing that Comey's Zion.
She handled it well. I was pretty pissed off when I heard about that. But, sometimes that's just how it is. I
Sheer Curry says.
personally think
you should take better care of yourself.
I'm not I agree. That's one of the things I'm very bad at. I really don't take care of myself. I'm like I do the most
Sheer Curry
retarded things.
says. One
Really
day
stupid.
they will regret not choosing me.
Choosing you, yes. She's like, dang it, TTS. But yeah, I need to be
Future
smarter.
Oil Painter says. In the Navy, I slept between look missile tubes, in architecture school under my drafting table, while interning in Arch, at the office.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you can sleep anywhere. Sleep anywhere. If you're tired enough. If you're tired enough, you can sleep anywhere. All
Sheer
right.
Curry says.
I have the coordination
But
now
for
to do
Chair,
this.
did you ever do drugs?
Asking what we're all wondering.
Future Oil Painter says. Nope.
Good man. Proud of you.
QFX says. Sounds like someone is considering it. Future Oil Painter says. Unless you count beer. Sheer Curry says. If it was cheaper.
If it was cheaper, you'd do it? That's what's holding you back right now?
Sheer Curry says. Hot beer makes you sleepy. Sheer Curry says. But. Future Oil Painter says. One time I even slept while standing at attention.
Dude. That's insane. I've never slept while standing. How do you do that without falling over? And my dad can do that, but he's older now. So you got to be careful because he could be standing, he's sleeping, then he just falls, busts his ass all over the carpet.
Sher Curry says. Don't cows do that?
Yeah. Yes, they do. Yeah.
Future Oil Painter says. Not sure, but the chief woke me up, opened my eyes, and there was this 40-something-year-old guy's angry face. Sher Curry says. I think inside he was impressed.
Oh, the guy who was like staring. He's just yeah. He's impressed. Yeah, you're funny. Imagine what
Future
for
Oil
was
Painter
sleeping
says.
standing up.
But the bonus was that after the military, I was able to outwork everyone, in college, since I didn't require sleep.
I wonder about that. Like, I don't know how you make it without sleep, man.
QFX says. Did the whole group have to do push-ups as punishment, then they beat you up with soap in pillows at night and the cycle repeats? Future
They
Oil
would have
Painter
pillow
says.
fights.
I could go with a few naps here and there.
Yeah.
Future Oil Painter says. In boot camp we did get punished with exercise, yup. Future Oil Painter says. It was summertime, and we would have to do push UPS on the hot tar roads we marched on.
Mm.
Sher Curry says. Sounds like fun.
Oh man, why am I doing the stonework? Because I'm an idiot. That's why.
Future Oil Painter says. And if we were indoors, they would shut the windows, and cycle us, workouts in place, until you were drenched in sweat. Future oil painter says.
Seems about right.
Fun times.
Yeah.
QFX says. Were there women drenched in sweat? Future oil painter says. But we could handle it, it was easy after a while. Future oil painter says. No women allowed in my division, but I think now yes.
They allow women in now? Really?
Sheer Curry says. Those bricks look good.
Thank you.
QFX says. Time to sign up. Future oil painter says. I think so, yup.
Huh.
Sheer Curry says. The face you made when he said they allow women.
Well, yeah. They shouldn't allow women into men's divisions. That messes things up, man. You can't do that. They
Sheer
shouldn't use the
Curry
army as a
says.
social experiment.
Pure disdain.
Yeah. It's not fair to women, though. Pure disdain.
QFX
Damn it.
says. Since when is life fair?
It's never been fair. You don't need to make it even more unfair.
Future oil painter says. Correction though, I think they have all women's divisions, but not sure what they do today.
Gotcha.
QFX says. Lewis the kinda guy to pretend he's a chick to get into the women's division, and when it's about showering he does it later for some reason every time.
It's so stupid. Yeah, I'm that kind of guy who would do that.
Sheer Curry says. His name would be Coco Louise.
Coco Louise. Coco? Coco. Coco Louise. Where'd that come from? Were we saying something about Coco last time?
Sher Curry says. I don't even know.
Why does that sound familiar to me? Maybe because that's my
Sher Curry
name.
says. Coco Louise with her little poodle doll.
What's gayer than an actual poodle is a poodle doll? What movie was it? I'm pretty sure that guy has his finger up that dog's ass. Oh, that was Dirty Work. Norm Macdonald. Do y'all remember that movie? It's Shooter McGavin was like the bad guy in it. Whoever plays Shooter McGavin, I forgot his name. He was in Happy Gilmore. And he would carry around a little poodle. I think it was a poodle, but he would always have it here. And like Norm Macdonald's like, pretty sure he has his thumb up that dog's ass. Oh, it's such a good scene. Norm Macdonald, funny guy. Jeez.
Future oil painter says. In high school I accidentally walked into the girls' locker room, the guys played prank on me, but as soon as I heard the first girl screaming I got out of there.
You ran out immediately.
Sher
Oh, that
Curry
is funny.
says. Sure accidentally.
Yeah.
QFX says. That's when real men stay.
That's when real men stay, is that it? You just force yourself to stand there and get smacked.
Sher Curry says. Free breast exam. QFX says. Ladies changes. Future oil painter says. I don't even get a cheap sneak peek of anything.
Are you lamenting something but for chair? Strong's not quite accurate, but that's okay. Good enough for where we're at right now.
Future oil painter says. What?
Huh? You were lamenting, you just said, I don't even get a cheap sneak peek of any. Oh, you didn't get a cheap. You didn't even get a peek of anything. Got it. You said don't, and so I was thinking right now you're lamenting something. Let's see. How am I going to do the one this brickwork in the light?
Future oil painter
Light?
says. Oh, I mean when I was in the locker room,
Yeah, yeah,
all that
exactly.
trouble, and I didn't even see boobs.
You got nothing exactly.
QFX
Yeah.
says. LOL, I bet they're way stricter on this walking into the wrong room nowadays. Back then it was kinda whatever shit happens.
Oh yeah. Today it'd be everybody's up in arms with everything. Not saying it's right. I'm just saying.
QFX says. At our school we changed Tay rooms too, so it wasn't like girls always had the same, so it could happen. Cher Curry says. I once saw a girl lick her period blood.
Really?
Future Oil Painter says.
It's actually
Yup, they
disgusting.
looks exactly the same. QFX says. Did she like it? Cher Curry says. Girls' dressing rooms are wild. QFX says. You tell us all about what happens there. Future Oil Painter says. Whoa, that's crazy. Cher Curry says. Pillow fights. QFX says. Do they talk about the size of each other's titties?
QFX wants details, Curry. He's
Cher
like,
Curry says. Not
he takes
really.
the pin out. No, they don't.
Future Oil Painter says. They probably have wet t-shirt contests. QFX says. My life has been a lie. Cher Curry says. Mostly nasty gossip. Cher Curry says. Exactly, but for Cher. Future Oil Painter says. A life wasted. Windy City 1828 says. Thank God my changing rooms at school were never like this, must be a British thing. QFX says. Don't tell me they don't make out in there too.
Yeah, QFX can't take it if you say they don't. He'll go into full-on depression, full-on depressed mode.
Cher Curry says. Of course. Women make out all the time.
There you go. Good job.
QFX says. That's what I thought. Cher Curry says. Discover each other's bits.
They're bits.
Cher Curry says. Or oinkies.
Ah, the oinkies.
QFX says. They pretend like they needed that sex ed, but they learned it all in the changing room. Sher Curry says. That is true without any doubt. Future Oil Painter says. Extra credit. QFX says. Dudes actually helicopter their burritos in the changing room. I have first-hand experience doing the helicoptering.
You have firsthand experience. And you're willing to admit that right now, helicoptering, spinning your dick around.
Sher Curry says. Oh no way.
Dude, nobody. I'm trying to think when that would have happened. It's never happened in my experience. Maybe at the YMCA where all the gay people hang out.
Future Oil Painter says. No, but really for me all I remember from high school is schoolwork, sports, and working. I work too much to have fun. Sher Curry says.
Yeah.
Does that hurt?
Does it hurt, QFX?
QFX says. No, only if you hit your balls.
That checks out.
Windy City 1828 says. Future Painter same. Sher Curry says. Like you never did that, Lewis.
I actually don't think I have. Like you've never. I have not done it, Shakuri.
QFX says. Some can't do it because lack of size. Future Oil Painter says. One time some guy in the locker room told me I had a perfect proportion body. I told him to F off.
And then you waited like 10 seconds and then you yelled back, "I'm not gay." I had somebody do that to me at the Y once. It was pretty funny. What was it? Oh yeah. Over in Italy when I was going to the Florence Academy for boys. There's one of my friends over there named Filippo at the gym.
Future Oil Painter
He's
says.
like a metrosexual guy, you know, like
LOL.
he's always dressed in cashmere but go to the gym and he was a really nice guy, really cool. Wasn't gay.
Sher
And
Curry says. I learned to lose Lautrec was sausageisly gifted. QFX says.
learned
All the gay dudes hitting on Lewis in the changing room. Hey nice BDY man, thanks man, wanna make out, yeah man.
No.
Future Oil Painter
Shut
says.
up, man. That's not
The
it.
Old Boys
Wrong.
Academy.
The Old Boys Academy. And so anyway, like randomly, I still don't understand why he did this. I was just lifting weights, and then he like from across the gym, and like the gym's packed. He's like, "Hey man," I was like, "Yeah." Filipino was like, "I'm not gay." I was like, "All right," and then I just kept on. I don't know this. I don't know what that was about. It's like, "Hey man," I was like, "What?" He's like, "I'm not gay." Everybody in the gym kind of stopped, staring between us. So I was like, "All right." He was Italian too. There, pretty funny. The thing is, it didn't shock me because I knew him. I was just like, this is how, it's just like, for example, he introduced me. He's like, I was like, what's your name? He's like, he wants to know my name. The name is not important. The name is
Sheer
Filippo.
Curry says,
That's how he would talk.
not gay doesn't mean straight.
What does it mean?
Sheer Curry says, maybe you were staring at his buttocks a little too long. Future Oil Painter says,
No.
I'm not gay, look, but wanted to tell you, you dropped the soap.
I should just. Oh gosh, it makes me miss that
QFX
place.
says, were you the guy doing the saying and now you're reversing it, giving the impression it happened to you, getting into the victim role to appear less gay?
No, wrong. You can dig all you want and try to smear my good name, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You cannot defeat me. I'm undefeatable. All right. I'm undefeatable because defeatable is a word. Hold me. All right, maybe we should. I've been avoiding this part quite some time, actually.
QFX says,
Damn it.
didn't you date this dude model at FAA, the one who threw in a pill before class?
Threw in that guy. I dated a model, but it was a chick. She actually, she actually was one of the models. Look, that dude was about this tall, and his dick was half his body. It was awful, and he was definitely on something. And like an idiot, I was running the class that night, and I set him up in a forward-facing pose. I should have faced him the other way. Instead, I had him facing out like this, and everybody saw it. Whoopsies. But you live and learn,
QFX
I guess.
says, do you still have the drawing of that, keeping it as an unforgettable memory?
I hope not. I really hope I don't.
Sheer Curry says, like Toulouse-Lautrec.
What is that
Future
sausage?
Oil Painter says,
Toll
I
House?
recall in arch school, the history professor said that front church or cathedral shape or outline represented a woman vagina.
This is true. I doubt it.
Sheer Curry says, Toulouse-Lautrec, the little artist. Sheer Curry says, impressionist.
Ah.
QFX says, aren't half the dude artists gay?
People say they are. I really think that is bullshit. I don't think half of them are gay like that. I think you're gay.
Future oil painter says. And that metaphorically, when we go to church, we are all going back inside out Mother Church. Sheer Curry says. He wasn't for sure.
He wasn't gay for sure. Mm. So I got my coordination back. Is that right?
Sheer Curry says. He had a lot of women of the night.
Women of the Night? Oh, did he? Toulouse? Toulouse, what was his name? Toulouse. Where is it? Lautrec.
Sheer Curry says. They gave him nicknames over his big doodle. Windy City 1828
Really?
says. Look, thanks for the entertainment, I'm off to bed.
All right, Windy City, you
Cheerio.
sleep tight. Thanks for hanging out, and you have very good questions.
Future oil painter
She's fun.
says. It's like that RuPaul guy. I don't think he is really gay, but he dresses like a woman. QFX says. Did they not charge him because how huge it was? Future oil painter says. Pays the bills, guess. Windy City 1828 says. Thank you. Sheer Curry says.
You're welcome.
Bye bye Windy. Sheer Curry says. You don't think RuPaul is gay? Are you crazy? Windy City 1828 says. Sheer cheerio.
That was for you, Shakuri. That's how the UK, the British speak. They say cheerio. And she said share, like Shakuri, cheerio.
Future oil painter says.
I don't know where
Windy
that
was
comes from.
probably what kind of freak show did I walk into?
No, Wendy's been here.
QFX
She
says.
loves us.
That's how the Dutch speak too.
Y'all say cheerio?
Future oil painter says. Oh, he is. I thought it was an act. Sheer Curry says. Cheerio crumpets. Windy City 1828 says. My eyes have been opened. Sheer Curry says. We don't. Sheer Curry says. He is married to a man.
Wait, who is?
Future oil painter says. Oh, okay, guess he is gay. Sheer Curry says. RuPaul.
RuPaul?
QFX says. We talking about Lewis.
No, RuPaul. She said RuPaul.
QFX says. LMAO, you came up with that name real quick.
What, me? She did.
Future oil painter says. EA's Tapa is posting a lot lately. Did Shuri Kitten ban him?
Ban him? No. Ears? You're talking about ears, right? She didn't ban him. She shouldn't ban him. Who are you talking? She banned somebody recently.
Cher Curry says. Lewis, do you even know RuPaul?
No, I don't. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Cher Curry says. Didn't Ear leave?
Didn't Ear leave? No, Ear
Cher
didn't
Curry
leave.
says.
Ear was posting
Because
today.
of work or something.
Oh, yeah, he said he was leaving, but he came back. And he's actually posted some stuff in Show Me Your Work, like
Cher
this
Curry
week.
says. Never mind.
Gotcha.
Future Oil Painter says.
Someone
Oh,
else.
okay, must have been someone
It
else.
was somebody else.
QFX
She
says.
banned somebody. I
As
forgot.
long as she doesn't ban Burritoman.
Burrito Man. What's that? RuPaul. This is an artist, right? RuPaul. Wait, it's American Drag. The drag queen. This? The drag queen? That's what you're talking about. You're making me look this stuff up. I mean, it's a freaking drag queen. What do you expect?
Cher Curry says. But for Cher thought he was straight.
But for chair. It's a drag queen, man.
Future Oil Painter says. RuPaul the drag queen. Cher Curry says. Toulouse-Lautrec is an artist. QFX says. You looking up drag queens now, huh? Already went into autofill in on your browser.
Look,
Future
I'm
Oil Painter
the only
says,
person here who didn't know who
thinks
he
he's
was.
been a drag queen since I was a teenager. Cher Curry says. Weakest gaydar ever. QFX says. I have no clue who he is either.
Man, you got the weakest gaydar ever. The weakest gaydar ever.
Future Oil Painter says.
This gaydar's broken.
I thought he was acting for the money.
Was he?
Cher Curry says.
There's different things.
LMAO. QFX says. My gaydar here is pretty high. QFX says. You breaking Brian's wrist and stuff while you wrestle.
Hey, the man's 70 years old. You can't. I never once was mess with him. I mean, I mess with him because, you know, he's fun to mess with, but never fight him. Never fight somebody who's that old. You'd have to be a real piece of shit to do that.
Cher Curry says.
Fight a
He
70-year-old.
doesn't look 70 though.
No, he doesn't look 70.
Cher Curry says. I thought younger.
Yeah. Yeah. It is funny. Because, like, I mean, he's
QFX says.
he's so weird.
You sure? You brought out that floor mat real quick when he wanted to go.
I was trying to take away every excuse that he was
Cher Curry
giving me.
says. His rage suits him.
Yeah. Like, this is how he looks when he's drawing. He's like, he always has a smile on his face, but he's the most miserable person that I've, like, out there. It's like, I told him, I was like, dude, for somebody as miserable as you, you're always smiling.
Says, my brother would say fudge packer.
Fudge
QFX
packer.
says. That's exactly how he looks.
So it's like, He's insane. And guys, believe it or not, when he's on camera, he tones it down some because some of the stuff he says, he's out there. And I have to tell people, look, he's harmless. It's really funny.
Future Oil Painter says. He could go postal, watch out.
You always gotta watch
QFX
it. He's
says.
not gonna do anything though.
Isn't he a doctor?
For addictive medications, yeah. But he's you know, it's this thing where it's like, you know, he's very much into politics and he gets very angry about it, and then he tries to inform people, and nobody wants to hear it. You know, it's like drawing class, and so I oftentimes have to stop him. And then when some people, you know, it's like if you
Sheer
stop
Curry
them, they'll be like,
says.
"Oh, what? You don't care?"
He's
It's
a
like, no, I just
therapist
don't
for
want
anger management.
But yeah, but he's always angry because he's listening to politics all the time, but he gets into it, and I've found he's extremely impressionable because I've seen him flip his opinions fast on
QFX
things,
says.
and sometimes in
LMAO, he
very
walks into a
irrational
black
ways.
people store. Yeah, no, Kamila ain't black, right?
That's my point. Like doing that, you don't walk into there and look, you can do it.
Sheer Curry
It's not
says.
illegal, but it's
LMAO, that would be hilarious.
but he did. Shakari, did you? This is what he did. Do you not? Do you not know the story?
QFX says. He did.
Did I not tell you this? He literally did. Is it story time? Shakari,
Sheer
if you
Curry
haven't.
says.
All
Are you
right, she hasn't
serious?
heard it. Here we go. Let me tell the story, okay? All right. So I'm up in the flower shop.
Sheer Curry says.
Okay,
No
yes.
way.
Listen, this is about
Future Oil
3 years
Painter
ago when he
says.
first came.
And let me tell you something else, brother.
And so I'm in the flower shop talking to somebody. Then because I'm waiting on Brian. This is when I first met him. I didn't know where. I'd known him for about 2 or 3 months. And I was like, where is he? Like he's supposed to be here. And it was like lessons at 3. It was like 3:15. I was like, where the hell is? So I was just in the flower shop up front, you know, looking out, talking to the women there. And then he walks in and he says, he's like, yeah, you know, I was just like talking to, you know, I was across the street in that body and soul shop. It's a black person runs the shop over there. Nice woman. Never had problems with her. And he's like, yeah, I went up to her and said, you know, hey, Kamala Harris isn't black. And she got mad at me and we had some words and I just left. I was like, well, what the hell? Like, why do you care? Like, I don't care if she's like, who cares if she's black or not black or what? Like, I kind of shirked it off and said, all right. I was like, all right, well, you ready for the lesson? He's like, yeah, let's go. And then the woman, black woman, comes from across the street and she is yelling and she just barges in and says, give me your phone. She didn't have her phone. She was looking at me. She's like, give me your phone. I'm going to call the cops. And then Brian's like, no, I'm going to call the cops on you. And they start yelling at each other. I was like, what's going on? And so they're like, give me your phone. They were both saying, give me your phone. But Brian had his phone. So I don't know why he was saying, give me my phone. I was like, I am not giving anybody my phone until somebody tells me what is going on here.
Sheer Curry says.
Right?
Not even saying hello, just. Kamala
Yeah.
isn't black.
Yeah. Because so this woman ends up stepping out. Oh, yeah. And then the woman from up front, like in the shop that's in my building too, there's several shops. And one of the women came up and starts yelling at him too, because apparently he got into it with her too. And she was a white person. And it's not, I'm just saying, like, she wasn't the black woman, but she was standing up for the black woman because Brian was, you know. And so then anyway, Brian ends up fleeing the scene, and a biker cop pulls up. A biker, like on a bicycle, not a motorcycle, but on a bicycle. He's like, and I almost lost it. He said, "What seems to be the problem here?" He had the biker pants on, and I was just like, "Damn it!" I was about to crack up, but I was like, "All right, keep it cool. You got to stay calm. Try to hear both sides out because I don't know what happened. I know his story. I heard his first, but I don't know what. I didn't know. I wasn't there." And so, anyway, the woman starts saying, he walked in my
QFX says,
store.
what seems to be the officer problem?
Officer problem. Is like walked in my store, said Kamal Harris isn't black, and like we got into it, and she was really upset. She was like yelling and stuff, and he says, "Well, does anybody here know him?" I said, "I've known him for a couple months," and first I between the time the biker came
Future
and
Oil Painter
Brian left, I
says,
called Brian.
officer, I'm not gay.
Yeah, you lead with that. I called Brian and asked, I was like, "Dude, what the hell? Like, why'd you say this?" And he says, "It's like, yeah, I just saw this like Obama sign in the window, and I knew Kamala Harris was like, she was, thinking about running, and they were saying how, you know, like they found out that she's Jamaican, but she's playing the black card." And I was just like, well, in retrospect, do you think it was a good idea going into that shop and saying this? He's like, in retrospect, no. I was like, all right. And so so then anyway, the officer came and he asked me, and I said, look, this is his personality. Take it for what you will. This is how it is. He might be a little on the spectrum, maybe. And when I said that, the woman got upset with me and started saying, like, who are you to give your opinion? I was like, the officer literally asked me. And she's like, I remember a time when men were men and they would stand up for the women. And I was just like, are you kidding me? I was like, why are you being so mean to me? And then the person up front was like, you can't say that to her. She's black. And I was like, I don't care what color she is. The whole thing was a mess. And Brian felt bad about that. He apologized to the woman up front here who was like, yeah, it's cool. And then the woman across the street never accepted the apology. So, but yeah, he walked in and said that. It's not illegal to do. It's not
Sheer
illegal. It's just
Curry
stupid.
says, sounds like the lady was overreacting to
Oh,
TBH.
big time. She was. That's my point. The whole thing was stupid. They were acting like children. Everybody was. It was amazing. I was literally the youngest person there and the only adult.
Sheer Curry
It
says,
was stupid.
why even care what some random guy says?
Exactly. But look, Sugar, here people have chips on their shoulder about race. Like big time. Not everybody, but there are some people here who are extremely upset and bitter, and they always play the victim card. Well, oh, you think this way
QFX
because
says,
it's the color of my
bet that
skin.
shit happens there a lot where one wing tries to convince the other wing to join theirs a lot.
In this town, we're very politically divided. It's a college town, so it's extremely liberal, veers towards that, and there are a lot of really crazy people around. It's not as bad as other places, but like, yeah, stupid shit happens.
Sheer Curry says,
Stupid shit.
I think it's worse in bigger cities. Future Oil Painter
Yeah,
says,
it's not.
yeah, nothing to call the police about.
Yeah, it was stupid. And the reason, and that's why I said what I said, because the police, what he was asking me was like, is this guy like a threat? And that's why I said if he's on the spectrum, that's like something of note. And they know that I'm not a doctor, so they can take it with a grain of salt. But that's answering the question. If somebody's not able to control their impulses,
QFX
that's
says,
something that is
people show
noteworthy.
their true colors when they're pissed LMAO.
This is true. They do. Anyway, he fled the scene, which I thought was funny, and then a bicycle cop showed up. The whole thing was funny. It was funny. It was a stupid thing to do, and it was great. It was absolute. Like, who walks in there and says, "Hey, Kamala Harris isn't black" to a black person shop when they're pissed off about everything? You know, Brian does. Brian did it. It was one of the greatest things that he's ever done. And two, the woman up front
QFX says,
banned him from the building.
someone with nothing to lose and everything to gain.
She banned him from the building, but she didn't have any authority to do that.
Sheer
So,
Curry
like,
says,
the whole thing doesn't
I
make
know
sense.
someone exactly like him.
Really? Really?
Future Oil Painter says,
Like who?
Brian
Some.
flees the scene probably on a tricycle. Future Oil Painter says,
It's driving
that would be
away.
funny.
Dude, I'm telling you, it was so funny. It was so,
QFX
like, at
says,
the time, look,
guess she can ban him from her store if she owns it.
yeah, from the store, but not the building. She doesn't own the building. That's my point. And so anyway, um, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, in situations like that, like, I kind of get neutral, because I don't want to assume or you can't get emotional with that stuff. You have to stay calm, and so the woman across the street's thinking that I don't care about her because I'm like, and the woman up front too was saying, like, what's wrong? Like, you didn't care that she was attacked. Like, you were just totally, like, neutral. I was like, and like, and she was also saying, like, you can't say what you said to a black woman. And I looked at her, I said, I'm not going to modify my speech based off somebody's skin color. That is racist. I'm going to give them the dignity that they deserve, and talk to them like I would talk to anybody else. I'm not going to sugarcoat my words to somebody. And then she went home and thought about it and came back and said, you know what? You're absolutely right. A lot of people just don't think about it because they're too shocked for race. People are so shell shocked with race, which is stupid. It's like a 3-year-old thing. Nobody can help what color they are. It's stupid as hell. But, like, you have these adults acting this way. It's unreal. Absolutely unreal. Anyway, it was funny. Like, the whole thing was funny. And she's the woman up front. I'm not saying her name. She's like one of my friends. She's cool. You know, she's really cool. She's not here anymore. She moved across the street, but she's awesome.
QFX says, good story.
Yeah, it was a good one. Yeah, it's funny. Shit, messed that up. One time though, okay,
QFX says,
I did make him cry
more
once.
entertaining than this shoe you're drawing.
Yeah, dude, I did make him cry once because he got upset. Like, he was talking about politics, and he was starting to get insulting to somebody, and I had told him multiple times to stop it, and finally I told him to stop. Like, I was like, just that's enough, and I had to, like, I didn't raise my voice, but I said it very firmly, and he was kind of on fire, and so he got upset and said, F you, and then he, like, slammed my door and he broke my door, which was the glass, like, so I had to fix it. Which all I had to do, the glass came off. It was just caulking, but I had to go out to the store and get
Future
caulking.
Oil
I was
Painter
pissed the whole
says,
time that I had.
I look at it
Anyway,
as, when a complete stranger insults me, for an indezen, it means absolutely nothing because I don't know them, I don't
exactly,
value their opinion of me,
exactly,
and unless I'm in danger I will ignore.
perfectly rational, and you don't let the assholes get you down. If they're assholes, why would you let them? Why? That's why you troll them, if anything. But look, but anyway, so I went out. He had done that, and I made him cry. He was crying afterwards. Uh,
Valker1S says, Bruh.
Bruh. What's up, Val? How's it going, man? Val, you need to get Xerxes' rating back up. I tanked it again. Sorry. I'm not kidding. I think we had the worst time we've ever had. Last play session.
QFX says. Look who it is, Emerald Cream's juiciest pumping priest.
You got to get his rating back up, okay? I tanked it about 150. Hey, Val. Thanks, man. You've subscribed 21 months, man. That's huge. But I'm telling you, we're having hey, and I kept my cool the whole time. And
Val the
Xerxes did
1S
too.
says. I'm out here supporting my friends.
Good man. But yeah, it's you know. Ooh, 6:30, guys. I got to get going.
Future Oil Painter says.
Go a little bit longer. A
Brian
little bit longer,
probably
but I
said,
got to
what
go.
is this salty substance extracting itself from my eyeball? QFX
Yeah, I
says.
didn't know what it was.
LMAO Lewis all like you gotta get him back up while secretly thinking, serves him well for not getting me to 1,500.
I can't tell you how guilty I feel about
Sheer
this. Look,
Curry says.
I'm doing my
Damn,
best.
don't you eat dinner.
Me? In about normally around right now to about 30 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. I probably should eat. I do feel, let me think. Yeah, yeah, I don't feel too good right now. This is what I'm talking about, Curry. I'm not good at taking care of myself. That looks horrible. This is why I crash.
QFX says. Was the cop you saw hot on his bike, did he wear short pants for you?
Dude, bikers piss me off. You know what happened?
Future Oil Painter says. I'm gonna eat electricity bill for dinner.
Other day, does this guy happen to you guys? Bikers will, they think they own the road and they're just assholes to you when you're driving. So like this happened a
Future
while
Oil
ago,
Painter
but
says. Buy and really I have some stuff.
buy and really I have some stuff. Anyway, one biker, he wasn't paying attention to what he was doing, and so he starts turning and signaling
QFX
at the same
says.
time.
One of my neighbors bought a loud ass bike, fuck that guy.
No, I'm not talking about motorbikes, I'm talking about bicyclists. And so like they think they own the road, they're right in the middle of it, they slow traffic down, and they act like assholes to people. They're taking up the whole
Future
road.
Oil Painter says.
It's because their
Oh, you
pants are too
bikers
tight. They're
are
always
all the
pissing.
same.
Anyway, yeah. So one guy was like, he starts yelling at me because he thought that I was going to hit him, which I wasn't. I was like watching what he was doing,
Sheer Curry says.
but he didn't
I'm
see
both a
me.
biker and car driver, so I can't say anything.
But like, do you wear
QFX
the
says.
tight pants
Loki,
and
when
like,
he starts it up, the whole neighborhood is shaking.
really? Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. That's kind of crazy. The whole neighborhood shakes.
Sheer Curry says. No.
Well, then you're fine, Shakari. I'm talking about the people who want to be Lance Armstrong pre indictments.
QFX says. That guy was on some serious juice. Future Oil Painter says. Brian running away in a tricycle.
just like, I think at some point he realized that he's like, wait a second, what I did wasn't smart. Let me get away. But the fact that he fled the scene is hilarious. And the fact that the police were called, it's just, they called the police, which is hilarious because he didn't do anything wrong. He's just pissed this woman off. And then, like, a bicyclist cop shows up. It's funny. Oh, gosh. The tight pants and everything. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Valker1s says. This story is getting good.
Oh, Val, no. Did I not tell you about I can't keep on saying the story, but the Kamala Harris
Valker1s
isn't
says.
black?
I normally skip this part and just get straight to the porn though. QFX says.
You don't want to see
How's
this.
your wife, Bach? QFX says. Tell her I said hi.
QFX hitting on your wife.
Valker1s says. She's doing good. Future Oil Painter says. Does Brian have a license plate Kayes Asman? QFX says. Nice man.
The ass man.
Sheer Curry says. You can't skip the story in the porn.
What was it? Curry, your parents walking, you're watching porn, you're like, I'm watching a movie, Mom. What? Like, you watch it for the story behind it. You admire the video editing quality of it.
QFX says.
You call it a film, though.
That's the best part.
We're in the middle of a film. What? That's what the Europeans call it. They call them films, not movies.
QFX says.
The
That
films.
and the end.
Film.
Sheer Curry says. This story really gets to my soul.
Ah,
Sheer Curry says. Pure cinema.
pure cinema.
Valker1s says. You totally can when it's help me step bro, I'm stuck in the dryer again 90% of the time.
Right. Yeah.
QFX says. You wouldn't believe how some oft-hose chicks would get stuck in the washer.
Right. They're stuck ass up in the air. Whoopsies! Could you help me, step bro? Something horrible, man. There's like some dude in his basement, like, yes, that's gonna be a great
Sheer Curry
story
says.
line.
Stuck in the dryer? Never heard of this one.
QFX can hook you up. Probably has several different variations. Oh man.
Valker1s says. He'll send you the link.
Yeah.
Sheer Curry says. Thanks. Wonderful.
Just wonderful. Just great. Just great.
Valker1s says.
What a stupid
I'm
line I
about
did.
to head out to Slayer's Rise and hoop some horde ass.
Oh man. Come with you. Should go home and I should get on, but I have to so much stuff I have to do when I get home.
QFX says. Come with you, huh?
What are you saying, QFX? Spit it out.
Future Oil Painter says. Oh, you need help with the groceries, miss.
Look like the pool boy in a porno.
Valker
It's like the
1S
pool
says,
boy in the porno.
Lewith duties are meant to be shirked.
Right. Otherwise, what need would we have for the word shirked?
QFX says, oh, so you're telling me you didn't order the sausage on your pizza?
Screams low standards. Going for the
Valker 1S says,
pool boys.
I honestly don't know what other situation I would use that exact word LOL.
Right?
Sheer Curry says, let me take a look at those pipes.
Let me take a look at those pipes.
QFX says, you wanna work on your grades? Better work that S. Sheer Curry says, Doctor, I slipped on my cucumber and can't get it out.
Oh gosh. It's the the old cucumber slipping uh, incident.
QFX says, LMAO, I wonder how often stuff gets stuck inside in reality.
Dude, my brother says that every couple days they have somebody with something stuck up their ass because of what we're talking about.
Valker 1S says, according to my wife all the damn time.
Yeah, right? Like people are doing crazy things and they
QFX
have
says, that's what I thought.
more of the story, don't do it.
Sheer Curry says, dear me.
Yeah, it's apparently really bad.
Sheer Curry says, hands only.
There you
Sheer
go.
Curry says,
Shikari has cracked the
as
code.
nature intended.
Sure. Hands only.
QFX says, that must be so embarrassing to get out.
So there's like, yeah, it is. But there are some people who are just like, hey, yeah, hey, how's it going? You know, they're kind of over it. Like my brother was talking, there was somebody like that the other day. Not saying that's good, but I guess it's a way to roll with the punches.
Sheer Curry says, imagine actually slipping and nobody believes you.
Yeah, it actually
QFX
happened.
says, oh hey, yeah, Dragondildo stuck again, oh again, yeah, that'll be 25 grand, oh shit. Valker 1S says, my wife said she heard a DR yell at a patient the other day because it was his fourth patient where he had to dig something out of their butt. You need a stopper on this thing.
That is wonderful. That is freaking
Sheer Curry
hilarious.
says, dream job.
Those are the guys with the license plate ass man. They signed up for it.
QFX says. If it's a chick's butt, sure.
It depends on the type of chick. So let me tell you, here in the South, we're talking about 400 pounders wearing yoga pants. As if it's okay. It's awful.
QFX says. He'll leave those to you, also the guys. Sheer Curry says. Not very inclusive. Sheer Curry says. Bigots.
Bigots. Right.
Valker1s says. It would be YAI cooler if girls would get stuff stuck in their boobs all the time and you had to get that out.
Take your top off.
QFX
I
says.
must.
I wouldn't even take money for that. Valker1s says. I'd wrestle a boob to get a foreign object lodged between them. Sheer Curry says. I bet that happens to really old ladies with really saggy titties.
Oh.
Valker1s says. Boobs are boobs. QFX says. Talking about yourself?
Don't say that, Curry.
Sheer Curry says. Someday.
This is gonna be fun. This is fun, man. I just love this is just great. Just absolutely great. I'm about to quit, guys, for the day.
QFX says. What is?
Just this drawing.
Sheer Curry says. He's having the time of his life.
This is just, yeah, this is great. I have this totally rendered. Still not done. But then this is like just blocked in. You never want to do that.
QFX says. Oh yeah, what is it supposed to be?
Huh? What are you talking about? iPad just died. That's it. Guys, y'all are awesome. I'm gonna go pass out in a ditch somewhere. Make sure it's a nice ditch.
QFX
I'll be back on
says.
this week. I'll see you guys.
Arrivederci amigos.
Later, boys and girls. We'll see ya.
Valker1s says. Catch you later, brother.
Val, how long are you going to be on? I'll be able to play some tonight.
Sheer Curry
Tuesday?
says. Bye-bye.
Bye, Curry.
Valker1s says. A while.
Good. All right.
QFX says. What girls? Sheer Curry says. You. Valker1s says.
Oh, Val, no work tomorrow.
I don't have work tomorrow. QFX says. Good comeback.
That was a good comeback. Good job, Shakuri. We're going to end the stream so you got the upper hand. Stream off.